Alright, what's up, everybody? Hopefully, this is working. I hope everybody's doing well out there. We're going to play some PUBG today. I hope. If everything is working. Okay, there we go. So, I think I got everything updated. Alright. Okay. Okay. So we're going to work on an episode tonight as well that you guys will get to see. If you guys do hang out for a little while, you'll get kind of a sneak peek-ish, sort of. Sort of.
Hey guys, this is Clint Offord. Thank you guys so much for watching the Boston Chris Show.
Alright, wow. We got a quick game this morning. Man, it has been over a week since I've played this game, so I'm probably going to be a bit on the rusty side. Let's hope not, but I imagine I will be. Yep. my goodness. Ow. What's up, Food Bar? How's it going? It's going, man. It's going to be a stressful day today. So just trying to take my mind off of it right now. Essentially. Wow. The drift on this controller is nutso. You working tonight, Mr. Fubar? You are? That sucks, bro. Oh my god, there's a drop on the bridge, bro. GG, my man. You got a best Toby's 18 kill game? I mean, this is not the same. I'm playing, this is essentially bots. That was my first human kill right there, bro. Like, and I have bested 18. My best is like 24, I think. And my best for humans is 16. Toby's is 12. Although I do expect Toby to beat that fairly soon. We won't tell him that, right? Toby, you remember that 18 kill game you had? Yeah, I got 22, my dude. GG. Oh my god, I missed my shot, bro. GG. The second shotgun blast missed. That's great.
The Boston Chris Show.
Welcome to another great episode of the Boston Chris
That was fun.
And guys, we have a super treat for everybody out there today. My guest this week on the show can only be summed up with one word. And that one word is survivor. That's right, India Ramey is a survivor. And India Ramey blazes a trail through cinematic spaghetti western landscapes to wood-floored honky-tonks and the Appalachian foothills. India's musical journey was not typical. Quote, having grown up poor, there was a lot of pressure for me to go to college and make money. So I convinced myself that music was a hobby, unquote. Ramey, a domestic violence survivor, graduated college, got a law degree, and became a domestic violence prosecutor. She said, I thought if I was helping people like my mom, I would like being a lawyer more. Despite her love of helping people, Ramey's love for music won in the end. She gave up her law career to become a full-time musician and songwriter and has never looked back. Man, in today's episode with India Ramey, we get to talk to her about so many things, from her growing up in an abusive household, how that shaped not only her life, but also her music, her passion for songwriting, what led her to switch gears between her law career and ending up in music, how the legendary Pappy Middleton was instrumental, no pun intended, for her career, how she would describe her sound. We're going to talk about her brand new record that just came out called Baptized by the Blaze. Pick it up everywhere, stream it everywhere. And guys, we are super excited to bring to you India Ramey live. And guys, we stream it everywhere. And guys, we are super excited to bring to you not one, but two live performances, completely uncut and acoustic by India, that she shared for this episode as well, including two songs. I believe both these songs are off of her new record that just came out. I know you guys will love them, and I hope you guys will follow India with everything she's got going on. We're just a fabulous songwriter, incredible artist. The vibe of this lady is just incredible. I hope you guys enjoy it. But yeah, let's get into the interview. I think you guys will love it. Show the video some love. Give it. Show the video. They're all really good. Fubar, like literally, my dude. Like, I don't toot my own horn a lot, dude, but I'm at a different level right now when it comes to this interview. I think you guys will love it. Show the video some love. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you want to see more like this. We put out an episode every single Saturday so far. So you guys check them all out. And yeah, let's talk to India. All right. Different level, bro. Different level. And yeah, let's talk to India.
Right.
All right. All right. So the way I do this, what's up, Johnny? After the episode is over, I'll kind of record a intro by myself, and the intro is just gonna let people know who I'm talking. Hey guys, we have. And yeah, let's talk to India. Hey guys, we have another phenomenal guest here on the Boston Chris podcast. I am your host, Boston Chris. I know the show's named after me. It must be me. And today we have India Ramey here on the show. And man, I just learned about you, India. Huge fan of your work already. So excited to have you here. How's your day going today?
It's going great. I've been really busy doing a lot of work for the album release and getting all my ducks in a row, and it's been glorious. I love being busy.
So just to let everybody know out there, we are actually filming and recording this on, what is today, the 14th? Yeah, the 14th, yes. And your record comes out on the 23rd. But this episode won't be out probably till September, first or second week of September. So for our listeners and viewers, all of that's happened in the past. I'm just letting people know that, because we'll be talking about an upcoming record that is actually already out for people once they hear this episode. So if you hear about upcoming record, go get it. It's already out. Run. So first question I always ask, just kind of break the ice. What are your favorite drinks right now? What are you drinking?
Well, I drink a lot of water and a lot of
Excited
decaf
for the
coffee.
to be determined
I gave
sports
up
show too. Me too.
alcohol
We're looking at
about
a November launch for that.
I'm going on 3 years now. Not because anybody made me, just because it seemed right. So drink a lot of water. I know that's really boring, but I feel really great.
Well, congratulations on the sobriety for sure. I know that's really difficult. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that I mean, obviously in the music business, that's kind of a thing, right? That addiction to pretty much anything. Addiction is a prevalent thing in the music business. But congrats
Yeah,
on that.
but I'll tell you, there are a lot of really great mocktails and non-alcoholic options out there. Like this actually what I should have said. I love all the Ritual liquor alternatives, especially their tequila alternative. It makes a really kick-ass martini. I love being busy.
All right, so we forgot the most important part of this. So let's get back over here and up here. Come on. My PC's gonna fight me. That's fine.
Busy.
So
I don't
just to
like
let
being idle.
everybody know out there, we are actually filming right now. What are you drinking? All right, let's do this. All right. To be determined, or Toby Boston Dennis. Yep. I think we've come out with we've settled on a name for it, Fubar. We went through a lot of different names, but I think we have settled on Dropping the Boom. The Dropping the Boom podcast is going to be the name of it. I think, unless something better comes along in the next 2 months before we launch, I'm likely to use that as our title. And it's going to be twice monthly, and then Chris and Katie is going to be twice monthly. So instead of doing Chris and Katie every week, we'll do it every other week, and then the Dropping the Boom will be every other week as well. The interview show will be every week, and so that way I'm only doing 2 shows a week. I say only, but that's still a butt ton of work, to be honest. Yeah, it's still a butt ton. That's unfortunate. An interesting place for that guy to land. I'm pretty sure that's a human chute as well. I landed like right over here. I didn't look to see how many people landed at Power Grid. So that could be a problem for me. That's alright. So I am pretty sure there's no humans in this game because I just saw a bot numbered at number 2. Pretty sure that's what I just saw. I see him. I don't know though, but number 6 might be a human. Now I'm confused. Okay, there's a car over there. There's not all bots. So there is a car moving over there. Oh my god, these circles, bro. Wait, what? times. What's up, Hyper Avenger? Welcome to the channel, my friend. This is not the best vehicle to be trying to get the zone on the RMR. I'm going to keep it real. Love from India? Well, welcome to the channel from India, my friend. Appreciate you tuning in. Whew. God dang it. I see him. This guy in front of me is a human. Never mind, no he's not. Your spray is so good, thank you, man. I mean, to be fair, the muzzle brake makes that kind of easy right now. Dang it, man, this is really difficult. There's a bad guy camping in here somewhere. Can you play BGMI? I'm not sure what that is, dude. Trying to hear, because I know this guy is here. I don't hear him, though, so that means he's holding an angle somewhere. Possible the guy in the coop is the guy with the mutant. A version of PUBG PC for mobile called... Yeah, I don't know what that is. We don't have that here. I don't know why I would play that anyway when I'm already playing this. I mean, why would I do that? I think I just heard the bad guy next to me. I'm gonna try to get across the street here. All right. Well. All right. I don't think there's anybody over there. Gee, my dude. I would assume he's not to my left. If he's over there, I'm in trouble. So easy, bro. Why are you camping until zone comes, my dude? At least fight, bro. GG, man. I'm like, he's got to be in the house, right? Like, he's got to be in the house. Last two guys, one laying on his vagina, the other one hiding. Like, come on, guys. Play the game. There's 94 bots in the game. Play the game, bros. Like, for real, man. GG. I don't get it. So first... I just don't understand, man. So first question I always ask, just kind of break the ice. What are your favorite drinks right now? What are you... The thing, right? That addiction. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Hyper. I am not a new YouTuber. No. Congrats on that.
But I'll tell you, there are a lot of really great mocktails and non-alcoholic options out there. Like this actually what I should have said. I love all the Ritual liquor alternatives, especially their tequila alternative. It makes a really kick-ass margarita. And Amazon, like I can order non-alcoholic champagne that's like really good brut dry champagne, and I really honestly I can't tell the difference except for the fact that I don't feel like crap the next day.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's good. I know when my dad was still alive, he ended up with pancreatitis and he couldn't drink anymore. So he really, really leaned on like non-alcoholic beer. And that stuff, it was nasty back then. I don't know if it's gotten any better, but oh my God.
It actually has gotten a lot better. That's the other thing. Like my husband hasn't really, he's not sober, but he's cut way back just because he's too busy to be hungover. And he has discovered that there are so many great, like super hoppy, super flavorful, like IPAs and stuff that are NA, and he drinks those most of the time.
And now they're even throwing hops into water, sparkling water. I don't know if you've seen that. That's
I have.
crazy. But anyway, India has gracious. All right, 6:21. But anyway, India has graciously sent in 2 songs that we're going to include here on the episode as well. And the first one that we're going to play right here is called Peace of My Mind. And so tell us a little bit about this song, India.
So Peace of My Mind is sort of an answer to a kind of like, it was an industry person that was trying to be helpful and trying to give advice to a person on my team several years ago. And his advice was that I should really downplay the fact that I was an attorney for 10 years before I went full time with music. And he really felt strongly that people would think that because I had this job that these albums would be just vanity projects. And it really pissed me off because when you put people in categories like that, and when you just take a snapshot of somebody's life and define them as a person and as an artist, it denies them, it denied me my experience. Because, you know, I've been through, if you've read my bio, I've been through a lot. I grew up in a violent home. I grew up in poverty. I have a story. I have a story to tell that goes beyond my college education and a job that I had, like millions of years ago. And so that's what Peace of My Mind is about.
We're really excited to tell that story here on the show today. But before we do, here is again a live version of Peace of My Mind by India Ramey. Y'all check it out. Ramey, y'all check it out.
Go on, go ahead, tell me my story. Just a snapshot is all you see. You don't know shit about me. You think I sleep in a bed of roses. Life of wars and still they haunt me. Every day is Halloween. So if you wanna know me, I'll give you a piece of my mind. And I'm gonna have to warn you, it gets dark in there sometimes.
All right, so we are back, and we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of who India Ramey is. All right, so we are back, and we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of who India Ramey is. She mentioned her briefly about her story before the song, and I really want to get into the story now. I mean, when I first heard about you, I don't even know how it happened, but somehow you came across my timeline on one of my social medias, and I was absolutely blown away by your mountain song and the video. And we've talked about this, off air in DMs and stuff. Just a phenomenal sound of what you do. Go on, go ahead, and peace of mind. So what's everybody doing out there today? What is your plans for this gorgeous Wednesday that we are all blessed to be able to have today? Oh, man. I don't even really think I want to use an SMG, even though this map is kind of built for them. I don't know, guys. Maybe we'll just use one of these. And we'll go with one of these as well. Alright, well. Uzi Winchester. Let's go. Just because we're dumb, right? Just because we're dumb. See, Tanner Rose or Tan Rose is not a human, and it has it listed as number 2. But yet I know there's a human in this game at number 3. I need to get up on this hill because there's a guy on the other side of it. Where is he? God damn it, he's so lucky, bro. Why would he... I don't understand it, dude. Why would he duck down? If he doesn't do that, it's like a free kill. God, he's so lucky. Why would he prone there? What a weird play, bro. And then to find out what your backstory is beyond the music just intrigued me so much. So I'm so excited to have you here. But let's try to start at the beginning. Where are you from originally?
I'm originally.
Golly, man.
I'm originally from Rome, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, and we lived there till I was about 12 years old, and then my family moved to Alabama, and I went to school at a fine arts school that was 7th grade through 12th grade in Birmingham, Alabama. So I've lived like the bulk of my life in Birmingham.
Okay. So really Alabama roots, so to speak. There's a lot of Alabama themes on this show this season, guys. I don't know what's up with that, but it's kind of a
Yeah,
cool
roll
thing.
tide.
Yeah, it's awesome. So we'll start with the music before we really get into your first passion, which it's very unfortunate that it was your first passion, but we'll talk about that. But what were your first musical memories and influences growing up? What's the real first concrete memory you can remember that has to do with music?
Well, the irony is my biggest country music influencer was my father. He was really into outlaw country and Willie and
God
Waylon.
dang it,
And
man.
as a young child, like I'm talking like 3 or 4 years old, I fell in love with Jesse Coulter. And I would make my family gather around in the living room and listen to me sing Jesse Coulter and my mom's curling iron. And so that's some of my earliest memories. But like my mom was a rocker. She was really into Fleetwood Mac and the Eagles and Queen. That was always playing in our house, like on cleaning day. And then like my sister Autumn's 10 years older than me. She was a punk rocker and a new waver. And so I got her influence from that.
That's
So I'm
amazing.
like all over the place.
That's amazing. It's always cool when you listen to an artist now and then try to figure out how that came to be. Just it's like a different recipe in the kitchen, right? Like you add or take away one little ingredient and everything can be different.
Yeah.
Now, let's really get into the crux real quick. Some of the best stories I feel. Now, let's really get into the crux real quick. Some of the best stories I feel are born of struggle, stress, and I mean even sometimes fear. Right. So, obviously, you're a very vocal advocate for domestic violence prevention. Do you mind telling us your story?
Yeah, I don't mind at all. I've been telling it most of my life. I'm kind of an open book about it because I think that when we talk about these things, it can really help somebody and make them
Absolutely.
realize that they're not alone, you know?
Hmm.
From the time I was born, I was witnessing my father brutally abuse my sweet little mama. And she finally got up the courage to leave him once and for all when I was about 4 or 5 years old. And that's, usually that's when the violence escalates.
Yep.
And it did.
Oh Lord! All right, let's see here. God dang it, no vest. Where did he land? Why am I not hearing this guy, bro? Where is this dude? Oh my god, that scared the poop out of me, bro. Alright, I'm awake. That's fine. It's fine. Where the hell is this dude? Okay, well, he landed here. GG, man. Not sure where he was running from. Yeah, it does. It's true. Is it possible that's the dude that landed with me and then he came out and tried to, like... I don't know. And that was definitely a human. I need better scopes, man. What's up, you maiden? What you up to today, my dude? What up, homie? Having issues sleeping? Well, just watch some of my boring-ass gameplay, dude. It won't take long. That's a little better. Not much, but that'll work. Oh, this is looted. Interesting. How you been, man? You know how it is, dude. I mean, just struggling. Just like everybody else, man. Just trying to live one day at a time. Have you checked out the Once Human game? So I had high hopes for that game. I was super excited to start playing it. I've seen lots of other people play it. It looks amazing. It looks exactly like the kind of game I want to play. But no, I have not played it because when they announced that they are wiping the servers every 6 weeks, that's not something that I'm interested in doing. I'm 47 years old, man. I don't have time to redo shit every month and a half. You know what I mean? So if that ever changes, then yeah, perhaps I'll play it. But I imagine by the time that happens, everybody else will be way better than me, and I won't be interested because of that reason. But yeah, I am and was super bummed out about that. So I'm almost positive the first guy I just killed was a human. Could be wrong. I'm gonna go find out right now, though. Yeah, I'm almost sure this guy was a human. Yeah, it was. I thought so. GG, man. And that's why I didn't want to shoot the guy on the right. Because the guy on the right I knew was AI. And so if I shoot the guy on the right and kill him first, then this guy in here is just going to rat. Because he's going to know I'm there, essentially. You know? I didn't want him to rat on me, so take him out first. GG. Yeah. Anywho. One less human in the game. Alright, so we have one human over yonder. In here. We could make a push on that. Or we could just play up here. Yeah, let's play there. Yeah, we have fighting in there as well, so that's perfect. Oh, we got somebody with a P90. I have a K2. That's going to be a problem. Ooh. How are your Patriots looking? Looks like the Patriots are probably going to get the first draft pick this year. That's how they're looking. If I'm keeping it real. Where? There you are. Ooh, we got fed. There is a bot in here. What team's your favorite team, man? I'm kind of okay with it being an off year. I mean, we won a lot of championships, so it's kind of our turn to be bad for a while, I think, right? Seahawks. You guys still have, what, Geno Lewis up there, right? Or whatever his name is. Geno Smith, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, he's just a glorified backup. I don't know why they keep giving glorified backups all this money. So weird. What's the story on the Red Sox guy playing for both teams? Ah, what a great question. That's a great question, Fubar. So in June, the Blue Jays and the Red Sox played a game. And the game was suspended for inclement weather. And so at the time, the Blue Jays had a catcher in that game by the name of Danny Jansen. And then in July, at the trade deadline, oh, I've got trouble. Ooh, GG. In July, at the trading deadline, the Red Sox traded for. So, no, well, let me go back. So, the game that was suspended in June, they suspended it and postponed it and then rescheduled it for, I think, August, whatever the date was. GG, man, I just got reported. That's the guy that won the POI over there. Yeah, we just got reported. So the game got suspended and rescheduled for August, whatever the date was, this past Monday. The 26th, August the 26th. And so on July 31st or July 30th, whenever the trade deadline was, the Red Sox traded for Danny Jansen. And so he started the game for the Blue Jays in June. But then he was traded to the Red Sox in July. And so then he played for both teams. So the Red Sox put him into that same game. Hence the first player to ever play in the same game for two teams. No, it wasn't all in one day. That's impossible. I see him. So the human is over here to the left. Up there somewhere. Come on, fucking spray it! Oh my god, this game is so broken, bro. GG. What was in the crate, I wonder? Let's go. GG. So yeah, that's how he ended up playing in both games.
It really did. I mean, he was a monster. You know, he would break down our door in the middle of the night, and, you know, commit violence while we watch. And I have pretty severe PTSD from the things that I saw as such a young child. And
Yep.
I've just, you know, most of my life, I've
Thank you for the shout out.
even though I'm open about talking about it, I was also trying to downplay it at the same time, you know, and be like, "No, I'm good. I'm normal.
I got the kill.
It's fine. You know, I'm just like y'all." And that, you know, that kind of caught up with me a few years ago. So I've been in trauma therapy for the past 4 years, and I've been a big proponent of mental health and getting therapy. I think everybody could use a little bit of therapy, and it sure has changed my life.
Absolutely. I want to tell you, first of all, that my wife, I've been with her since 2015, was essentially your mom in the story, of your story. She's dealt with that. Her ex-husband and her kids were brutally violated all the time. So this story really hits home to me just because of what my wife has gone through. So I know her PTSD. I know her blocks and struggles, and even to this day, when she knows she's absolutely safe, she's still. It's so difficult to convince herself of that, right? Now, as kids, I kind of want to. I don't have any background in psychiatry or any of that stuff, but as kids, I feel like we typically either gravitate towards the things we know the best, or sometimes we understand the wrongness of those things and we shun them with everything we have, right? So, like for me, I grew up in a house with a lot of alcoholics in my family. So I feel like I had two choices as a kid. I was either going to fall in line and become an alcoholic, or I was going to absolutely block out alcohol with all of my being. And fortunately for me, I chose to shun alcohol and alcoholism. And by proxy, I feel like your choices are somewhat similar. And you chose to walk down the path of becoming a lawyer and an advocate and a domestic violence prosecutor. Can you take us through your mental process in choosing the... All right, so let's start that over. Let me find that. As kids, it's a really long question. Oh man, I messed up, bro. Can you take us through your... Did I start it here?
Mind at all. I've been telling it
all the time. So this story really hits home to me.
I've been a big proponent of mental health and getting therapy. I think everybody could use a little bit of therapy, and it sure has changed my life.
Absolutely. All right, 15. So we're going to call it 15. 15 minutes. And we're going to call it choosing law. Choosing law as a career. Yeah. I want to tell you, first of all, that my wife, I've been with her since 20. I kind of want to. I don't have any background in psychiatry or any of that stuff, but as kids, I feel like we typically either gravitate alcoholics in my family. So I feel like I had, and you chose to walk down the path of becoming a lawyer and an advocate and a domestic violence prosecutor. Can you take us through your mental process in choosing the law profession initially?
Yeah, I mean, it was really, I did it for my mom. I kind of felt like it was my calling to do that job of service, to try to make a difference for people that were like my mom and people that were like me. It kind of like was born out of, when I was in college, I started volunteering at a battered women's shelter, and I was a co-facilitator for a children's support group. And, kind of let them know that there's a future beyond what you're experiencing right now, being in a shelter and being afraid. You can get to a point like me where, I'm in college and I'm getting an education and doing things for my future. And I paid my way through college by doing Miss Alabama pageants. And we had to have a platform, and my platform was domestic violence. And I spoke about it all over the state of Alabama at schools, and I spoke to state legislatures about domestic violence prevention. So when it came time for me to get a real job, quote unquote, I was like, well, I mean, naturally, I'm going to do this. And I really felt like it was something that I was supposed to do. And I enjoyed my job, and it meant so much to me to get to do that job, but it was a massive PTSD trigger.
Oh, I imagine.
And I was just a nervous wreck. I cried all the time. I was also in a bad marriage when I was in that job too. And it got to a point where I called my mom and I said, I feel so guilty for not wanting to do this anymore. And she said, India, I'm living without domestic violence in my life. I think it's about time that you did too. Mm-hmm. So, I pivoted to a private practice, but I was in a band and I was writing songs, and I just felt like it was a time in my life where I needed to do something for me. And I feel like music has been the new medium for me to advocate for battered women and people in relationship violence. And I feel like it's given me a bigger platform.
Now, don't take this the wrong way. This might be a strong question. I don't mean it as such at all, but you made me curious. Do you feel like that time as a prosecutor was kind of like a sentence you served, and now you feel like, I've done that, I did what I had to do, and I don't feel like I can do anything else there? So is that part of the reason why you feel you moved on?
Yeah, like it started to feel like a cross that I was bearing.
Right,
And,
right.
and I realized that it was somebody else's cross. Like I was, there's a line in one of my.
Fubar, it's funny, man. I did this interview a couple weeks ago, right? The 14th, I think, right? And so I did this one. And then the interview I did yesterday was with a guy, a male songwriter, and his story very similar. Grew up in a battered household, and that's where his music was born from. Now his story was a little bit different in that India here became a lawyer and a prosecutor, whereas Scott did not. But it's ironic some of the stories that I'm finding with this new podcast.
Songs and Never Going Back, where I say, I've done hard time for someone else's crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom, my mom really felt strongly about she just wanted me to do what made me feel happy and made me feel safe.
Right, and coming from a place of victimhood too, and now you're a prosecutor, I imagine that empathy kind of probably didn't help you as much as you thought it would as a prosecutor, right?
It didn't. I always felt like, I think everybody struggles with imposter syndrome,
right,
but
right.
I had it like 100 times worse when I was doing that work, because I wanted to be perfect for every single one of those women and every single one of those victims and their children. And, no human being is perfect. So I drove myself nuts, trying to be the best domestic violence prosecutor that God ever made. And it was too much pressure for a person struggling with anxiety in the first place.
Right, and I imagine there's probably a lot of times where you're comparing each situation with your own or your mom's own, and there's just so much to unpack there from the standpoint of just human nature, right? So music was clearly. I'm very blessed to be able to tell these stories, man. Just really, really blessed. Really happy to tell the stories. So much. So much. Very lucky. I've had 5 or 6 different interviews already out of the 22 that I've done, where emotion, like actual real raw emotion, is part of the process of the story of the interview that we are doing. I'm gonna have 2 here. I know there's 2 here. So I'm gonna wait for them 2 to fight. Very confused where this guy went. Wonder where he is, bro. God dang it, I need a thing. Where did this guy go, bro? All right, we're alive. We did it. I'm surprised that neither one of those were a human. I saw a green shoot. That's the guy that killed me on Karakin. Alright, well. What? What? Frickin' die, bro? Yeah, I guess I could have, but I want the gun kill, bro. And I hope you have better success sleeping, bro. I know how that can be. I'm not sure where my bullets are going, but GG. You got this, bro. Yo, what's up, King? King of the Killer Clowns in the house. Is my tire broken? What in the world? When did that happen? I hit a spike strip. That's what that sound was, bro. Somebody put a spike strip in the road. Oh, it's all good, bro. You don't have to say sorry for that. No way. I understand life is tough. It's not like you can just make time for Twitch, right? I mean, Twitch is going to be really far down the priority level, I imagine. How's the family, my dude? They're good? That's what's up. He's shot and stabbed. What do you mean, bro? Good lord. How the hell did that happen? At work? What? Level 4, phase 4 is gonna hurt, guys. Oh my gosh, bro. How many bullets, bro? What a circle. What a circle. This is tough because I don't know where the third guy is. you guys. Clearly. Clearly a natural path for you, but looking at it from the outside, you wouldn't think lawyer, musician would be the natural flow of things. But in this story, it really truly is. And I want to talk about that as well. So let's start with legendary engineer Pappy Middleton. He was absolutely instrumental in your career. No pun intended, right?
Yes, he was.
So what was his role? Because I understand at this time in your life, you kind of want to get away from what you're doing because of the struggles and things like that. You feel like you've done your time. You do have this passion for music, but perhaps at the time you don't really think that that's even possible full time. But Pappy changed this for you. So tell us what that was like.
He did. So I went out to Pappy's in Palmer, Texas, and I went there to mix my first album, Junkyard Angel. And it was just like, I wrote that album just to see if I could write, you know, like I felt like I was going to be a pretty good songwriter, and I knew I had to start somewhere. And I had all these stories to tell. So I had recorded the album in Birmingham, but my producer knew Pappy, and he had worked with him before. And so we went out there to mix it, and we were there for like a week, and I got to know Pappy so well and grew to love him so much. And we were sitting in the foyer of his gorgeous studio. It's just an awesome ranch in Palmer, Texas. And he said, "So, you know, are you gigging?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I mean, I play shows around Birmingham." And he was like, No. Like, what are you going to do with this? And I said, "Well, I don't know." And he said, "Well, are you working right now?" And I was like, "No, I'm in between jobs. I just got laid off." And he was like, "I don't think that you should go back to your day job anytime soon. This is good." He said, "You're good, and I think that you're going to be great. And, you know, before you get to an age where you're going to look back and regret it, I think that you should give it a go." And I've never looked back.
And so we talked about imposter syndrome. I have to interject that here, because I imagine you're working through your first album kind of as an experiment, probably in your mind, and you're probably the whole time still dealing with that imposter syndrome. Just because your passion has changed doesn't mean your mental illness has. So you're probably still talking yourself out of it. No, you're not good enough. No, blah blah blah. But then Bonnie Raitt's producer tells you it's time to put everything else aside. That's some pretty big validation.
Yeah, it was. I was not expecting that, and it meant so much to me because
74 damage with the P90, guys.
My grandfather had told me the same thing before he passed away. And,
that's how you third party, ladies and gents.
For me to do something, do something with my music, and that's another thing that kind of led me to doing the first album in the first place. And so to have my granddaddy, who was such a great musician and so picky about music, to give me that advice, and then for Pappy to come in later and battle and second that, it felt like, it felt like I was being called.
Mm-hmm. That's a full cup at that point, right? Your cup is full.
Yeah.
So a lot of years later, we're not going to. So a lot of years later, we're not going to skip over them at all, but I do want you to try your very best to describe your sound, your vibe, your style, your genre. Can you do it? I can't. I've been listening to music. I've interviewed a lot of people. I can't describe your sound?
Well, my guitarist made a joke one time, and it's kind of stuck. We call it gothy tonk.
Did you say gothy tonk?
Yeah, because
Let's go. I love that. Okay.
it's like this mixture. It's like this balance between this kind of dark subject matter and all this minor key stuff that I love to do, and then I also love a honky tonk toe tapper. Like it's kind of like it kind of dawned on me the other day that like it's a little bit like Johnny Cash, like Johnny Cash has got some really lighthearted toe tapping barn burners, and then he's got some really heavy dark stuff. And I would say that if
Woo! Let's go. Wow, am I free here? Holy crap, bro. Really? Wow. Okay. I will take it for show. Oh my. This game has a sense of humor. Faux show. Alright, we need to find a... E-pickup. E-pickup. To find a vehicle. Aha. Aha! Um. That's why you always have a boost going when you're driving, man. Possibly somebody in the building with me. I think I might have heard a footstep. I don't know. Oh, where was that? Suppressed SLR. Frickin' tree, bro. My gun stopped shooting, bro. My gun stopped shooting. That's fucking fabulous. Just stopped shooting. GG. Awesome.
If you can deal with that balance, then you like my music.
Fucking you
good
are
game.
unbelievably
Good
unique. I mean, it's just there's nobody like you. There's nobody like you. So, from the standpoint of touring, getting booked, things unbelievable. I can't believe that just happened. GG. I don't know where that guy's coming from, even. From the standpoint of touring, getting booked, things like that, does that hold you back with venues? Like, just trying to describe to a venue, this is who I am, this is what you can expect. Like, is there a struggle there?
I mean, it might. I've noticed that. I mean, I think booking has gotten harder post pandemic just for
Absolutely.
everybody.
Right.
And we're really fortunate to have some awesome tour dates coming up in the fall, and I'm really excited about it. But I don't know. I've never thought about that. I know that booking's hard in general, but it probably does make it a little bit more challenging for my agent to say, try to categorize me, because you kind of can't.
Yeah, because you have to have a listener base, and if your listener base is as unique as yours is,
Mhm.
how do you cut that down geographically to just a small area? Well, I'm country, but I'm also Black Sabbath. I'm also Amy Winehouse. I'm also, but if your venue only wants a country audience, then that might be a struggle. And so when I hear somebody who's so dang unique and you're touring as well, I'm always interested about that. Now you are obviously an indie artist as well, very DIY. And so a question I always like to ask indie artists is, now early on in your music, dang unique and you're touring as well. I'm always interested about that. Now you are 2731. Now you are obviously an indie artist as well, very DIY. And so a question I always like to ask indie artists is, now early on in your music, probably about the time you're experimenting with that first album, what was your education like in music and getting acclimated in the way things work? Like, for example, with songwriting and the studio side of things, the marketing side of things. Like, I imagine this was all very new to you, coming from law to music, and that can be a slow process. So what was that like for you?
I had no idea what I was doing at all. Like in the beginning, I had been playing in a bluegrass cover band with a bunch of guys, and one of them, William Barnes, he was the only one that wasn't like a lawyer, an accountant or something. And he was like a professional musician, and I just went to William and said, I've got like 10 or 11 songs that I'd like to make into an album. Can you help me? And I just kind of followed William's lead for a year or two. And, he's the one that taught me how to do a press release and how to put a press kit together. And that was a long time ago, when the press kit was like a notebook that you mailed out
Yep.
to journalists with like clippings, of newspaper. And I mean, he explained the basics of the music business to me, and the rest of it I've just figured out on my own. And from time to time I've gotten up the courage to ask people more important than myself, the questions of like, what's the timeline for an album release or stuff like that. I've just kind of gathered it up on my own.
I feel like in this business, anytime you have a conversation with anybody that's also in the business, you should try to take something from that conversation. You should always try to learn something, and even folks like Pappy Middleton, right? I mean, there's always something to learn from every single situation, every single person's perspective, essentially. And as an indie artist, I feel like that's even doubly true, because you don't have anybody to do it for you, right? So if you don't do it, who will?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been fortunate in the last few years to have some help. I had my first manager for a few years, and now I'm working with 14-inch Fringe and Shalimaro, and she's been a wealth of information. I have learned so much from her in the past year. And my friends at Mule Kick Records, that's the little label that I'm on. They're a little label with a big impact, and they've helped me a lot too. They've guided me through this whole process.
Yeah. And you have to have those people in your corner, even if you are indie. I feel like, again, it all goes back to validation, right? Because we're always going to beat ourselves up internally.
Yeah.
So the thing for me as a consumer and a listener that separates mainstream artists from indie artists such as yourself is essentially subject matter, and the
Whole. process.
Yeah. And you have to have those people in your corner, even if you are indie. I feel like, again, it all goes back to validation, right? Because we're always going to beat ourselves up internally.
Yeah.
So the thing. So the thing for me as a consumer and a listener that separates mainstream artists from indie artists such as yourself is essentially subject matter and the content within the lyrics of the actual songs themselves. So as an indie artist yourself, tell us what that creative freedom does for you. I mean, I don't think you've ever been signed to a major label, but I imagine that hindrance to your creativity would be a huge detriment to you. So do you lean on that creative freedom a lot within your subject matter?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the thing that I love about being an indie artist. You know, I mean, I wouldn't kick a good.
All right. This might be a problem because I kind of jumped a little late. We'll see though. I might just be able to get onto this building and see if there's a gun on it. I can just go ape. Let's look at all the dudes right there, right? If there's a gun on this building, and there is, so. That's cool. Good DBS Winchester. You know what I would love? A backpack. Thank you. Wonder where the drop went. I would have guessed right here in this valley. It's going to be on the other side of this hill. I mean, maybe it dropped into the water. I don't know. Oh, there is no drop here. I would have guessed it to be like right here somewhere. Interesting. Here comes the plane again. Ah, we need to find some 7.6. I suppose I could go into the city down here and get some. Or we could just kill some bots for it, I suppose. Somebody threw a decoy at me. Where? That's behind me, I guess. Okay, GG. Okay.
label deal out of bed.
Of course.
But for now, you know, like I mean, you know, Mule Kick is helping me put this album out, but they've been totally hands off, and you know, on purpose on the creative process, and because they know me and they appreciate my creativity for everything that it is. And so like for me, like the whole process, it's not just the writing of the songs and the recording of the songs and the performing of the songs. It's also all the visuals, all the videos.
Mm-hmm.
I come up with all the concepts for the videos. I co-direct them. I do set design. I do the costumes. I do the casting. and I love doing it. Like I was an MTV kid, so I love making music videos, and I love making, you know, content for TikTok and Instagram, and it's really, that's the fun part, is just making it all come together, and the whole comprehensive concept of the whole album.
Well, one thing that can be an absolute 180 from that creative process and that creative freedom is marketability. And earlier in the show, you described, one of the words you used to describe your own music was dark. Now, dark is very difficult to sell within the music industry. So what's the struggle there for you?
I mean, you know, I've got to be me.
Absolutely.
I'm, you know, incidentally, I am a late diagnosed, high masking autistic person, and I've spent most of my life trying to be anything but who I am. And so now, you know, where I am in this process and in this point in my life, I've got to be me. And there's a dark side to my storytelling and my music. But, you know, there's always been room for dark in music. I mean, like I said, like Johnny Cash. I mean, he's done some dark stuff. And Nico Case, her stuff, like, I mean, she was one of my biggest inspirations to quit my job and do this for a living. And a lot of her stuff is dark. And so I feel like that there is a listener out there that's going to embrace it.
There is, absolutely. And just hearing you say that is very refreshing to a listener, because I feel like a lot of people, I'll give you an example. One of the most famous songs ever recorded was He Stopped Loving Her Today by George Jones. It's been rated the #1 country song ever. And George Jones himself did not want to record that song because it was too dark. Imagine a world without He Stopped Loving Her Today. Can you imagine that? Like,
No, I mean, that's one of the greatest songs ever written, and it's so beloved, you know. And you know, I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning and thinks, God, you know, I'd really like to listen to some dark shit today.
Right.
But
we need it.
When it falls on your ears, I feel like some of those, you know, minor key songs, they draw you in.
Absolutely.
They're intriguing.
Absolutely.
And then before you know it, you're paying attention to the story, and you've got the full visual in your mind's eye, and it's a deeper experience.
Absolutely. And I just love interviewing folks that are creative. Thank you for being here. You're talking about visuals, and we talked off air about you talking 3511. You're talking about visuals, and we talked off air about your video, The Mountain, and I'm such a fan of this video because, man, it's so simple, right? You watch the video, it's so simple. There's one person in it, but then if you're really paying attention to the video, it's not simple at all, not even a little bit. And if you really listen and watch and let the visuals line up with what you're hearing, the song takes on so many more meanings than what you would only hear if you were listening to the song. Now, the song itself is a tale of perseverance and tenacity, of being the ultimate survivor and standing up through it all. This is my words. First of all, the vocals, I'm going to say some nice things about you, India. I hope that's okay.
Okay, I like hearing nice
All right.
things.
So the vocals to me absolutely haunting. Just oh man, they draw you in so much. And like I said again, the video just was so unbelievably well done. And you said yourself you co-direct these. You're very hands-on in this process. So knowing that now, you had a very big hand in the production and presentation of this video. Apparently, Carrick and Rondo are the maps of the day, y'all. Which is okay, because I don't get to play Carrick all that much, so I'm kind of happy with that. Could be worse, right? Could be worse. Faux show. And I appreciate everybody who's out there watching and checking us out this morning. Excuse me. Hope everybody's doing well. I know I am. I'm having a pretty good day. Today's going to be a very stressful day in my family. Hopefully it'll be less than stressful. Hopefully everything goes well today. Today could really change my family's outlook, to be honest with y'all. So we could use some positive vibes. Faux show. All right. I didn't see anybody land over here. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. No. Why would it? Oh my god, this game, bro. I'm just gonna go see if anybody's swimming for it. Actually, you know what? This would not be a terrible idea, this game. Worst gun ever? Right. You're not wrong, my dude. Everybody's using a frickin' SMG. I'm gonna get absolutely hosed with this gun. Now. Now. Come on, dude. Don't put another one into the water. Thank you. Sweet smoke. Let's go. Toby, I added somebody to the clan last night that requested while you were playing. He has a really high KD, but he only plays TPP squads. So I don't know why he wants to be on our clan. If he already has a squad or whatever. But like, this season his KD is over 10 in squads. Which means he wins a lot. You might know him, I don't know. You don't play much squads though, so maybe not. I just hit him 3 times, bro. Should be in there, right? Yeah. There's the cure for your leaky butt, my dude. The other two have to... Oh. Nice shot, dude. What is he? Yep, I saw him. I'm better, bro. Get the fuck off me. Get the fuck off me. Get the fuck off me. What's the story behind the song? And when did you start seeing these visuals that ended up being into the video?
So the story behind the song is I was on the phone with my therapist one day, and it was about a year into my trauma therapy. And prior to this particular
Not as crazy
day,
as the Mark
I was
14,
feeling really
baby.
Like I was like kind of a little bit prideful about how well my progress was coming and how good I was at using my new behavioral tools. And I really thought that I had this therapy thing nailed. But this particular day, something triggered me, and I was not okay. I was in a very dark place, and I was terrified. And I was piling shame on top of all of that because I thought that I was better. I thought that I was healed, and I thought I was good at this, and all of that. And I was saying that to my therapist, and my therapist said, "This is an avalanche. You're in the middle of an avalanche, and it is so hard to find your tools in the middle of an avalanche." And I'm going to tell you that even when you're healing, avalanches are going to come. But if you keep doing the work and you keep showing up for yourself, you're going to come through those avalanches better and easier every single time. And when the avalanche is over, always remember you are the mountain. And that is just about the most empowering thing that anybody has ever said to me in my life. And she asked me what my aftercare plan was going to be when we got off the phone. And I said, I'm going to write a song called The Mountain. And that's what I did.
Wow. Just very empowering. Yeah, that's tough, man. I get it. We all struggle with that, and it's just such a good message. And it's the very first single from the upcoming record, which is already out for our listeners here. So, what was the decision behind that? I mean, it's a very powerful tale. It has got some dark edges to it, and it's your first single. And the first single of a record is typically gonna let people know what to expect from the songs that haven't come yet. So, what was the decision in making The Mountain the first thing that people hear from this record?
Well, we did sort of a soft opening to the record. We put out Ain't My First Rodeo first, but we did it as a standalone single. And then we did the mountain. And I mean, we actually were going to put the mountain out first, like before Ain't My First Rodeo, but we ended up going with rodeo for other reasons. I think like I think a press outlet wanted it or something. We ended up putting that one out, but the mountain, like Shyla and I just feel like the mountain is our favorite song on the album. We feel like it's just so powerful that we wanted people to absorb it as soon as we could get it out.
Mm-hmm. And from the perspective of producing the video, which is also in today's atmosphere is very visual in the music business. It's so weird to say that, but it is facts. So there's so many different ways you could have gone with this video. So I called it simple but not simple, but the visuals of it are very simple. It's just you in a room and you're dealing with the different things that are happening, to the mountain, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So tell us visually what the plan was to try to get the message across, because sometimes less is more, right?
Yeah, well, and I have to give credit where credit is due on the mountain. This is the only video that I've ever made where I didn't come up with the whole concept entirely by myself. My friend Stacy Huckabee shot this video, and we're really good buddies and close friends. And we were on the phone talking about what I should do, and Stacy suggested doing it, and she was like, "I don't know where we're going to do it, but it needs to be like in a stark place where it's just you." And then she and her friend Rachel, my friend Rachel too, we sort of started talking about how to get it across, and I wanted to work in those elements that I talk about in the song with the rain and the snow and the wind and all of that. So it was kind of a collective effort between the three of us to come up with the concept. And I went online and just looked at a bunch of warehouses around the East Nashville area. We found it. I have a bunch of baby pools because we shot a video years ago with 22 baby pools in my backyard. So I grabbed one of those baby pools and took it to the warehouse. And Rachel climbed up on a ladder and poured water on me when it was time for the rain. We had a snow machine and a leaf blower. And we just did it. And it was cold. It was so cold that day. It was like in March, I think, and it was so cold, and there was no heat in that place.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So the record is Baptized by the Blaze, and again, we're before the release, but it's already out for our listeners and viewers. It came out on the 23rd. And I know that it is almost always really important to an artist to share where they were creatively when something is created. So can you take us into the room with you as you're essentially writing this record?
Well,
All right, hold on. Let's go back. Again, we're... Oh, no. Okay, let's go to look right here.
It was so cold, and there was no heat in that place.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So the record 4211. So the record is Baptized by the Blaze, and again, we're before the release, but it's already out for our listeners and viewers. It came out on the 23rd, and I know that it is almost always really important to an artist to share where they were creatively when something is created. So can you take us into the room with you as you're essentially writing this record?
Well, it was kind of written over, a couple of years, but the bulk of it was written when in during the pandemic, and there that was a really probably one of the hardest times of my life because
God, what is
I
with
had
all
been
the
taking a
Karrakin?
daily
No!
prescribed dose of
Absolutely
Klonopin.
not. I'm not
And
playing
Klonopin
Karrakin
is
all
a
day.
benzodiazepine.
Zero
It's like
chance.
in the same class of drugs as Xanax.
Fuck, man.
And my doctor had me on a daily dose every single day for 12 years.
Wow.
And for people that don't know, benzodiazepines are highly addictive. So even though I wasn't getting high on it and I wasn't abusing it, my body could not do without it. And I decided that I didn't want to take it anymore because I was having all kinds of crazy side effects from it and tolerance withdrawals that were terrifying. So I decided to try to taper off of it. And the more and more I tapered off of it and the less of that drug was in my body, the sicker I got. And by the end of it, by the night before my album release for the Shallow Graves album, I was in horrible withdrawals. I mean, just excruciating withdrawals. And I was out of my mind. Like it makes you lose your mind. You get real paranoid. And so I checked into a treatment facility because I was afraid that I was going to have a stroke or a withdrawal seizure. I checked into that rehab facility the day after my Shallow Graves album release.
Wow.
And it took me, my withdrawals were so bad. I mean, my withdrawals were worse than the people that were coming off heroin and crack that I was in the treatment place with. And I was in like post-acute withdrawals for probably another year and a half. I mean, like I've pretty much just now started feeling normal. So during that time, my recovery from Klonopin, we were still all, having to stay in the house too. So I just started writing, and I wrote Never Going Back when I was in those withdrawals. I wrote Baptized by the Blaze after I was starting to feel like I was getting on top of it a little bit and feeling better. And the overarching theme for Baptized by the Blaze is like where the phoenix builds a giant funeral pyre, and it itself makes a decision to set itself on fire so that it can die and be reborn as a higher version of itself. And I felt like that's what I did whenever I decided to get off that drug and confront my trauma. So that was the story that I felt like I needed to tell.
So I don't have this in my outline. And I don't know why I don't have this question in there. It just occurred to me that as dark as your music is at times.
So that was the story that I felt like I needed to tell.
So I don't have 45, 48. So I don't have this in my outline. And I don't know why I don't have this question in there. It just occurred to me that as dark as your music is at times, your story always has you as the victor, from what I can tell as a listener. Golly, as someone with, self-admitted imposter syndrome, that's going to be so hard to always see yourself winning. I don't even know if there's a question there, but
I think it's probably, that's a really good point. I've actually never noticed that about myself until now, or about my writing until now. And I think part of it is hope. I think that I'm hopeful that I am the victor and that I will be the victor. And I think that it's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's an act of self-love. I think that it's like something in me trying to tell, that little girl that was hiding under the bed, scared that she wasn't going to see her mama anymore, trying to tell her that she's going to be all right.
Yeah. And it would be so easy from a place of vulnerability as a songwriter to not let yourself win. Because you get to tell your story within these songs, whatever that story is, whether it's true or not. And I think it's very telling that you always come out on top. So that's Man, I commend you for that. Seriously. But
Thank you.
anyway,
I have a little bit of cockeyed optimism buried deep somewhere, and it drives me crazy. But you know, there's always hope. You know.
yeah, absolutely. So we're talking about the new record, and one of the things India told me before the episode or before the interview a couple days ago was, "Don't let me not talk about the producer."
There's always hope. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. So So we're talking about the new record, and one of the things India told me before the episode or before the interview a couple days ago was, "Don't let me not talk about the producer." So here's your chance. Tell us about the producer behind "Baptized by the Blaze."
So Luke Wooten produced this album, and I never in a million years thought that I would get to work with somebody like Luke Wooten. I was doing some demos at my friend Wesley Steed's house. He's a songwriter, and he's more of like a Music Row style songwriter. And I told him that I was looking for a producer, and I had just been rejected by an Americana producer that I really wanted to work with. And he said, "You know, you should let me send some of your music to my friend Luke." And I said, "Luke who?" And he's like, "Luke Wooten." I said, "Well, who? I mean, who has he produced?" And he was like, he pulled up his website and he was like, the Steel Drivers,
Mm-hmm.
Brad Paisley, Dierks Bentley,
Yeah.
Sonny Sweeney, Jim Lauderdale, Dolly Parton.
Yep.
And I was like, that guy is never going to want to work with me, but okay. And so I sent Wes, I made a one sheet and sent it to Wes and forgot about it. And about a week later, Wes texted me and he said, "Oh my God, Luke says he loves your voice and he wants to meet with you."
Mm-hmm. Hey,
So
finally a decent map.
I got to work with this.
Let's go. Finally, a decent map. Wow, the loot is amazing. Amazing loot. Hey. I think I just saw somebody go in that house. Yeah, I did see somebody go into that house. I thought so. Oh, as I'm climbing. Might have to switch to that vector, man. Oh, man. Freaking loot is horrible. Man. This is seriously rough. There's like literally no loot. Alright, there we go. Like, I want to use the 7s that I have, you know? There we go. That'll help a little. I think there's still one upstairs. Nope. Okay. Oh my god, the game just poopied on me. GG. Really, bro? Ooh, that's a human. What's up, Michael? Welcome to the channel, man. What you up to today? Ooh, we're going to Everest. Unfortunately, we're going to be getting there late. I'm actually shocked that there's nobody up here. That Bolty's a problem over here, wherever he is. He's probably in that house right here. Ooh, that's kind of close. Okay, so he just killed that bot. I can't believe I'm actually pushing this fight. This guy's got a Bolty. cannot see this guy, bro. The hell is this guy? Huh. I don't want to put my back to the side, but I need to be watching the mountain here. Ooh, GG, man. There's still the guy with the bolty that's in this direction. Nice job, bro. GG. I got the fucking terrain screwed me over. GG. That's unfortunate, bro. So I started falling, even though I'm on even ground. GG.
Great producer, you know, this Grammy-winning
That's the guy I was looking for.
And he was the nicest, most positive producer I think that I've ever worked with. He made the
It's
entire
frustrating.
experience just a dream. I felt like Cinderella.
So as a listener and a consumer. So, as a listener and a consumer of music, there are two things from my perspective that you can always tell right off between albums or songs, and that is, you can always tell when an artist is performing a song by a different songwriter. That's the first thing. So, like, if you're always performing your songs and then you perform somebody else's song, if you listen to a lot of music, it's usually pretty easy to tell that. And the other thing is when you get a new producer. If you have the same producer for all your records, they tend to sound somewhat similar. But then once you go to a different producer, all bets are off. So what did Luke bring to your sound that was missing prior to his? This is the guy right here, Max, that I couldn't find.
I think he brought just like a bigger, crisper sound overall. The album is louder than than my other ones, and I'm proud of all of my albums, and I'm really proud of the ones that with Snake Handler and Shallow Graves that I did with Mark Patasha. But I think the difference was just in like how big it sounds, and I mean I also I got to have these like incredibly talented and legendary Nashville studio musicians that have played on Willie Nelson's albums and Reba McEntire's albums. And, once again, like people that I didn't think that I'd be in a room with people like that. Mm-hmm. And they, guys?
Oh, shit. That guy scared the poop out of me. Little bit. Y'all heard that mutant? Guy's almost assuredly cheating. What? Yep, I saw the other one up there on the hill, and there's another one over here as well. I'm more worried about the one on the hill, though. There's the guy with the mutant. All right, we got to find him. I'm almost positive that K-Dog guy is cheating. Just saying. God dang it, man. PUBG running simulator. Aha. That'll help. I see him. God damn it. GG, man. I made that kind of easy, to be fair.
Too were just the nicest, most supportive, engaged people. Like they were so happy to be playing, more of a traditional style of country music, and they wanted to know what the songs were about. So that was another thing that Luke brought to the table was this A team of musicians.
Yeah. Sounds like yet another validating experience for you musically. And you need that. You need your cup to be refilled every so often just so you can continue to be creative and be okay with it subconsciously that you are being creative. Because sometimes when you're being creative, your mind will trick you into thinking you're not being productive, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, man, I hate it. Golly, I hate it. But, yeah, let's get into the second song that you're going to perform for the viewers. But yeah. All right, 5144. But yeah, let's get into the second song that you're going to perform for the viewers out there today. This song is called Silverado. And before I even ask you about the song, I got to say, this is the first time I've ever heard Silverado, Desperado, and Eldorado ever put together. And when I heard it for the first time, I was like, God, why hasn't anybody done that before? So tell me about the song.
Well, I mean, most of my songs are very autobiographical and they have like this big involved story behind them, but this one doesn't. I was on a walk. Like I walk around my neighborhood in East Nashville all the time, and I was on a walk, and it was like all of a sudden there was just this kind of like mini movie in my head. And it was the story of this badass woman that's just like, doing quote bad things and not giving a crap what anybody thinks about it, just unapologetically like having an adventure and telling the tale about it with no regrets. Like I would say that the overarching theme about Silverado is no regrets at all.
It's like the Thelma and Louise story, right?
Yeah, that was kind of that kind of visual was in my head, and I came home from the walk and got a glass of water and grabbed my guitar and sat down and wrote it. I think I wrote it in like 20 minutes.
Man, I can't even click a pen in rhythm, and y'all people out here writing hits in 20 minutes. Just, it's so frustrating.
It just sort of like downloaded itself into my brain.
No, don't tell me that. Oh my gosh. Guys, we're super excited to show you guys a live unplugged performance of Silverado by India Ramey. Y'all check it out. Yeah, Ramy, y'all check it out. Oh.
He had a silver tongue that tasted like whiskey. His soul was black and bankrupt and empty. I could have swore when we were dancing.
All right, so we are back once again. Indy, I got a couple. All right, so we are back once again. Indy, I got a couple more questions for you. You still got some time?
Of course.
Okay, so again, we're talking about the brand new release, and typically when a new record. Let's see here, 5539. Back once again, Indy, I got a couple more questions for you. You still got some time?
Of course.
Okay, so again, we're talking about the brand new release, and typically when a new record comes out, that means you can expect the artist to be hitting the road to support the record. Is that coming for you as well?
Yes. Yes. We're going to be in Texas in September, and we're going to be going to Toronto and back in October, and then I'll be like in the Midwest, like Illinois, Indiana, Missouri kind of situation in November. And I hope we'll have, a ton more going into the new year after that.
Well, I did not know you were coming to Texas. Do you happen to know what cities you're going to be in offhand?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be in Austin, where I'm playing the Continental Club with Ruby James and Rosie Flores on September 28th. And the day before that, we're doing the Texas Music Cafe. And we're...
All right, we're getting there. We're almost done with this episode. Another 10 minutes or so. Oh, Lord. Lord, 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 Lord. All right, let's go over here. Just the one, huh? All right. Alright, this might be bad. I don't have a helmet. It's not might be bad, it is bad. You think he's just gonna rat in that house? He didn't push me, even though he had me almost dead. Why did my gun do that, bro? This guy killed me 2 straight games, too, so that's GG. Why did my gun do that? It, like, swung all the way to the right, dude. Like, what was that about? Crazy. GG. I can't believe I didn't catch him on fire. Like, what?
Playing the Lonesome Rose in San Antonio.
Aw, look
I think
at you.
on the day before that. And then on October 1st.
Look at you stream sniping, my dude. All right, let me take care of that, all right? Franzo, let me take care of your stream sniping stuff, all right, my dude? No problem, my man. So that's the first thing we'll do. Then we will do an in-game report. And then I will message my dev friend with a clip of both of those deaths. And you saying GG again in chat. That's usually enough to get rid of somebody, to be fair. Let's see here. All right. There are a few things that I need to do, to be fair. Magic knowing where I am and still almost getting shit on, my dude. Damn. Let's see here. I don't understand why I can't report somebody from here. But that's really dumb to me. Confirm. Got that sent to the dev. I wish we could report right from here, but apparently you can't. This is teammates recently played with. This is not losers that you recently got stream sniped by. Alright. Well, let's get to work.
First, we're at the Continental Club, Houston, and I think we're firming up double wide in Dallas on September 29th.
Well, I am about an hour and 15 minutes from Dallas, so I might have to come hug your neck if that's cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll keep you updated. We were just sort of like ironing out the details for that one today, so I'll let you know when that firms up.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so I feel like a lot of times stories kind of... For sure. All right. 5719. There we go. All right, so I feel like a lot of times stories kind of come full circle. And I feel like from what I've read about you, yours has certainly come full circle because at some point in time, your dad did pass away. And you ultimately forgave him. You decided to forgive him for all, I mean, no offense, all the hell he put you through. And I imagine, from personal experience, I imagine it's your life experiences over time that allowed you to find that place within yourself.
This guy doesn't even play the game, dude. Like, it's not even going to matter that I get rid of him.
I would love to hear what experiences in your life you feel brought you to that place of forgiveness. Pat, like, beyond that experience, you know, once that experience with him ended, obviously at that point, that's when healing starts. So what experiences after the healing process started got you to that place of forgiveness, do you feel?
Well, I feel like, you know, whenever you have a parent that's like that, you know, you always have this, specter, the shadow of who they are following you around, and you're always trying to remind yourself.
No.
For that one today, so I'll let you know when that firms up.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so I feel like a lot of times stories kind of come full circle, and I feel like from what I've read about you, yours has certainly come full circle because at some point in time, your dad did pass away, and you ultimately forgave him. You decided to forgive him for all, I mean, no offense, all the hell he put you through. And I imagine, from personal experience, I imagine it's your life experiences over time that allowed you to find that place within yourself to forgive him for all of that. I would love to hear what experiences in your life you feel brought you to that place of forgiveness. Pat, like, beyond that experience, you know, once that experience with him ended, obviously at that point, that's when healing starts. So what experiences after the healing process started got you to that place of forgiveness, do you feel?
Well, I feel like, you know, whenever you have a parent that's like that, you know, you always have this, specter, the shadow of who they are following you around, and you're always trying to remind yourself that you're not them. And I think that it was, you know, in the moment where I realized that he was going to die, that, you know, I really looked deep within myself, and I knew that I wasn't anything like him. And the main thing that I had that I knew that he didn't was compassion. So I wanted him to know compassion, probably for the first time in his life. And that's why I did the hard work of digging deep and finding some forgiveness for him and telling him, you know, that I know that you're not well and you've never been well. And I wanted him to know, like, I wanted him to know that compassion that he wasn't capable of.
Did music play a role in that?
I think so. I mean, I like, ever since I've started writing music, I feel like it's been the modality or the bricks laid on the path for my healing. It's been a wonderful way for me to be with myself, which is one of the, the important things in the healing process.
Yeah, and the thing is, I know a lot of people out there can attest to this. When you have a physical hurt, whether it's an open cut or a sprain or a strain, eventually you heal. But when you have mental scars, they never heal all the way. The hurt is always there in some form or fashion. So overcoming that hurt with compassion to find the forgiveness for somebody else, God, that's such a hard step to take. Because again, the scab is always there. It's not like physical hurt. Mental hurt is always there. Emotional hurt is always there.
Yeah.
So sounds like you have a good grasp on the situation. And what I mean by the situation is your own personal self.
Yeah, and I think a part of it too is understanding what forgiveness is.
Yeah.
Because forgiveness is not forgetting. Forgiveness is not washing away all.
All right, guys, I'm actually going to call it a day right there, man. It saddens me that there's actually people out there stream sniping in a game with 90 bots. It's so weird to me. Like, imagine having that much of nothing to do in your life, right? But anyway, hopefully we will be back on soon. I appreciate everybody who did hang out with me today. I hope you guys have a fabulous rest of your Wednesday. And, yeah, either me or Toby will catch you guys really, really soon. You guys have a great rest of your day. Much love to you.